All right, hello. So back at Stormworks here. Did some work on a VTOL. Was kind of playing with some designs yesterday. Kind of got one that I like. Working on that for the submarine. So let's look at this VTOL I've got going up. Like the design of it, kind of reminiscent of Pigeon a little bit. Kind of the same design language. Twin engine VTOL. Still working on some of the stuff on it. Has the same doors as Pigeon, which will be good. Try to decide if I can get a belly door in there or not. That's something we can try, but can't necessarily promise that. So working on this. Still need some tweakage. Definitely need some tweaking. We should see the math on these engines. So let's see what it's running up to. 20 RPS, so 20 times 3 would be 60, so it can't go over 60, that's fine. Having some stability issues, but I'm going to fix that. Struggling to get the tilt wing to go all the way. Currently I have elevators, which I have elevons, which I should change. Probably. So I think I'm going to change this out for now. So we have a kind of an oscillation. And I'm thinking that's mostly to do with using elevons. We'll change that up, and then we'll add in the ailerons. Let's go take it for a flight. I'm not getting the rotors are not going fully forward, so I got to screw with that. Yeah, it's not really being helpful with trying to fly this. You can see it kind of oscillating back and forth, so I'm trying to get that oscillation out. So kind of the goal of this is this will be a little bit higher speed than Pigeon, but it's smaller. And so it has to have some pluses and some minuses. So it looks like most of the oscillation is out once we're up to speed. That's probably wallowing from not enough airflow over the control surfaces. It seems to go away once we get up to speed, which makes sense. Because the slower you're going in an aircraft, the less airflow you have over your control surfaces, so of course the less you can deflect, and because of that, you end up with a situation where you kind of get wallowy feeling, because you can't really control it as well. Alright, so I'm still trying to figure out why I can't get these rotors all the way. I gotta check my formula. But we're doing pretty good. Right now we're doing sub 100 right there. We do 120, and then we should be able to do quite a bit more once I get moving here. So let's look at the formulas for the tilt. It's pretty simple, but I gotta look at it. So, all right. So going over the formula here, we have a physics sensor. This is just taking speed, so it's all speed based. So it takes our speed and it reads that as x, and it multiplies it by a multiplier y, which in this case is 0.01. So we can do the multiplication. So if we're going 100 knots, actually it'd be meters per second. So let's say, we're doing 50 knots or 50 meters per second, and we multiply that by 0.01. It's going to give us 0.5, which is going to be half of the range of the pivots. So let's try doubling that to 0.2. So by 100 knots, it should have the pivots all the way forward. Here, I'll go through the rest of my microcontroller for you. So this is pretty configurable. So we have the speed times a multiplier. So again, 50 meters per second times 0.02. Let's do that. So 50 times 0.02 is 1. So at 100 knots about, or 50 meters per second, it's going to put the, make sure the wings are pointed all the way forwards. Max rotation is just a limitation. It's 1, so that's we can go to a maximum of 1. So if we look at the formula, it's x times y. So again, 50 times 0.02 is 1. The bottom number is 0. That's so they can't go backwards. And z is the max number, is 1. So that's going to be the limiter there. We also have a stop command, and the stop command is part of the GPS autopilot. So when you get close to your target where you want to stop, you want those wings to come up vertical to hover, so that when you get near your the spot you want to stop, it's going to bring the wings up vertical and hover you. And so that's your stop command. So when it's not issuing a stop command, it allows the up-down counter to go all the way up to 1. When it does issue a stop command, it's going to bring it all the way down to 0. And so then all we do is we multiply this number here we get by this number, and that's going to let it so that it will automatically stop it when we get close. And this shouldn't be called pivot port. Pivots. All right, so that's why they weren't going all the way forward. It's just the math wasn't mathing. So now when we get to about 100 knots, it should go ahead and yeah, see, we never hit 100 knots there. I don't know why it's doing that. Especially only the left side is doing that weird graphical thing with the water right there. Don't know what that's all about. It's freaking like this before. I don't know why it's freaking like this. Huh. Yeah, see right there it freaks out. See why it's freaking there. Yeah, it's something weird with that left engine. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that left engine. See, it's doing that weird graphical business. I was doing this yesterday, so I gotta fix it. Let's see what's up. It's only happened on the left side, so... Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss of what it's doing. Yeah, see, I don't know what that is going on with that, and it's also, let's see. Let's do this real quick. What we'll do is put a keypad in. And I'm just going to manually command it and see if I get the problem. That will tell me if it's a problem with it. So tell me where the problem is, essentially. Now let's make sure the arrows are pointing the same way. Forward. Yep, that's good. So it's not that. All right, we'll manually control this and see what it does. So see how it also lifts up kind of crooked? On Pigeon, the RPS is linked so that, say one engine isn't performing as well as the other, it will, or performing at the same rate, they'll even out with an RPS connection. So let's go point. Alright, so I'm just going to manually control this. And it's wallowing and oscillating because it doesn't have that much airflow over the control surfaces. So it's trying to switch over to control surfaces, and they're not as effective, which is something that would happen in IRL. Alright, so there's 0.5. Alright, so now the wallowing will stop as we start to get to a speed that is, gives us control surface effectiveness. See how it stopped? Alright, so we'll stable at 100, so it could be a speed problem where it's coming in too fast. Alright, so there it just went crazy time. I don't know why. See how it's doing that weird bullshit there. I wonder if the two rotors are touching, but why is it only on that left side? So here, let's do this. Let's turn on damage and see if those rotors depart. The other thing too is that what it could be is it's still trying to control it via the blade movement, like pitch, roll, yaw, and it needs to be locked out at a certain spot. So let's go ahead and just go full 1 on this. Yeah, so I think it's still trying to control it via the rotors, and so we just need to put a lockout so it moves over to the control surface. But we're doing like 200 something knots, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, so that's probably what's happening. So let's go ahead and bring it back, and we need a lockout for this. So what we'll do is we'll essentially gradually reduce the effectiveness of the rotor for our steering. So we have, let's see. So this is on the transverse helo controller. Let's go in there. Should be able to add a node. A composite input there, and this is going to be physics. Sensor. Alright, so if you look here, we've got pitch port, pitch star, pitch roll. I gotta see where this goes to, though, if this is gonna work. So where are those going? Let's see, pitch port. Alright, so it's feeding the stabilized into here. That's fine. That's what we want. Alright, so what's gonna happen now is effectively we're gonna get rid of pitch off the rotor blades. Yeah, so that's what we'll do. So let's look at this expression here. Perfect. We have an open node, so I got to change roll, but that's about it. All right, so what we'll do is be x minus z times, what is it, y. All right, y is going to be our multiplier. All right, and now I need to come up with a formula. So essentially what's going to happen is as we get up to 100 knots, so what we want to do is we can try it with subtraction. So let's do some math real quick. So let's say our pitch is 1 and our yaw is 1, so it'll be let's do 0.5. So 0.5 minus 5. Trying to think. Okay. All right, I got to put the other roll in here too if I do this. Can I make this panel bigger without causing problems? Probably not. I might actually be able to do it. Cut this out for now. All right, so what we want to do, let's go in there. Because I need to add the roll on there. So that's starboard roll. Okay. This is going to be port roll. All right, good. All right, so starboard's a negative x. That's fine. Let's get our formula fixed. So we're going to do these by the multiplier. X times Y there. All right, good. So for now, let's do that. I gotta work these other formulas. All right, so we need a formula. So essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna subtract it. So at about 50 meters per second, is when we want it to be zeroed. So there's a couple ways we can do this. Might just do an up down counter. It's probably gonna be better. All right, so it's gonna read. It's gonna read the speed. So if the speed is greater than 50 meters per second, it's gonna decrease. I think we'll do multiplication. All right, if the speed is less than 50 meters per second, we're going to increase the multiplier. We'll do as a multiplier, it'd be better. If it's not, we'll decrease it. All right, that's good there. And that'll be our multiplier. So it'll be x plus z times y. All right, good. That does that. Negative x times y. That's good there. And then we have our last port roll, which is going to be here. All right, so that'll be the multiplier there. So that should work for, once we get up to speed, that should start to get rid of the, essentially the propeller blades are no longer going to do pitch roll, all that, because they're meant to be vertical, and now we've got them horizontal, so of course pitch is going to, you know, work differently. Yaw roll are going to work differently because of the orientation. We want the control surface of the aircraft to be doing that. All right, so we got port roll. Where before it was just going right to the gyro, it now goes there. And then we've got physics sensor. All right, let's go give this a run. This should work better now. Theoretically. The thinking is sound. Let's see if it works in practice. I've done this a bunch before, so this is usually what you have to do. I get when people get all, you know, confused and they get pissy about the game, but they don't understand what's going on. And if you understand that it's, you know, generally the rotors are now trying to operate in a different orientation, and you need to cut them out, and they don't understand that, you know, at a certain airspeed, your control surfaces, they don't get enough airflow over them, and so they're not as effective. And so as you start to get that airflow, you can start to make them your primary control surfaces. So you see how it's starting to wiggle and wobble? This is one that people get annoyed with too, and again, it's you don't have much airflow over your control surface. We're only going 60 knots. To put it in perspective, for even a Cessna, that's usually when it's rotating and taking off. So you don't have enough airflow really over your control surfaces to control below that speed. For larger jets, you know, I need to be going probably at least 145, sometimes slower. Like I can come in at like, if I'm light, 120s. But you need that airflow over the control surfaces to be able to control the aircraft. So what it's doing now is it's not there yet, but once it gets to around 100, it's going to give up the control slowly from the rotors to the control surfaces. So there it's kicking off. Now let's see if it stops at once the Alright, so we might need to do a threshold lower. So let's go ahead and knock the threshold down. So right now it's it was at 50. Let's see what 80 divided by 194 is. So 40. Let's go 40. So let's cut that in. It could be a collision. I don't know if it is or not, but at the moment I'm not thinking. I've completely cleared everything off, so I don't think it should be colliding with anything. So like right now we're going too slow for the actual elevators, ailerons, and rudder to really control it all that well, so we still need some of the rotors to be doing it. Alright, so now at this point, I'm going to leave it for a second. So you see how it's rolling on us? Okay, so it's completely given up the rotors at that point, and we're having crashing problems, so doesn't look like we have enough speed to have any controllability off of the and part of that could be the way that the let's do this. Let's put our I gotta put those back in. That's autopilot. I'm trying to see. So I need to put the elevators back. So I had elevons. I'm gonna put the elevons back in because those tiny little fins are one, not really helpful, but two, at the moment they're they're pretty small, but they're also on a subgrid, and the subgrid makes them less strong. So now we had no roll control, so now that will put roll back on our tail, and they're big control surfaces, so hopefully we can maintain our roll effectiveness till we get up to speed. Alright, so now the control surfaces should be pretty much going away. Or the rotor should be going away, and everything should be on the control surfaces. Okay, so see how it's behaving now? So that was, we didn't have enough roll authority. Now, as you see, we have elevons, which we can roll with our tail. .7 was when it was okay, so there's something with .7 that acts absolutely wackadoo. And I think it must be hitting right there. Alright, so let's see if it's a straight up collision. Because it could just be that. It could be a collision. But we did have to work that other problem too. So let's go ahead and let's do that. Goddamn symmetry. Alright, so this will tell us if it's a collision. This is the best way to test, is have a bunch of ideas of what you think the problem might be, and methodically go through. Test, test. Don't do 3 things at once. If you change 3 things at once, you're not going to know what fixed it. And also think of the parameters. So at 70% every time we're having that problem, which makes me think that likely it's a collision, because if it's at the same rotation, at some point it's likely hitting something. So alright, so now we're well above the range where, so no longer, if you look, you can see the blades aren't making big changes. The only thing that's working on them is the collective. So there we go, add some collective. So that's the only thing functioning. The other functions are not working. Alright, so .7, this was our test. Nope, still having problems. So something is up at .7. It's not a collision. What the hell is happening at .7? So, what is going on there? I don't get it. See, like, what is this white smoke bullshit? Alright, so one thing we can do, it's only happening on the left side. So because it's only happening on the left side, we can do this. So let's save before I make any big changes. Alright. Alright, so let's go ahead, and what we'll do is this. Alright, so that should still all be plumbed in. And then I gotta go... Shit, this is gonna screw that up. I don't want to do that. What is going on there? That's what I need to know. Let's do this. I doubt it's this, but it could be. But it happened at 70% rotation every time, so something up with this. So one thought is it's colliding, but it's like, why is it only on the left side? Why is it freaking only on the port side? I don't get it. Oh, God damn it. Stop hitting shit. I'm going to shut off damage again because I want it to be able to test it better. Alright, so we should still be on all control surfaces at this point. So it's always at 0.7 is when this freaks out. And it's only the left side, really, so. Yep, see, it's doing it again. So it's not the rotors, having a collision. I can't see, the white smoke is throwing me. I'm like, what the hell is busting out white smoke like that? Like, it's only on that left side. You see, the right side's not doing shit. Interesting, interesting. Let's look through there and see what's up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. One thing I could do is, in this test, I'll quickly go into options, shut off particle effects. And that should tell me if it's some sort of like liquid particle or if it's actively damage or if it's like a liquid or something. Alright, here we go. Yep, so just that left side again. Alright, so what we'll do here is go to options, settings. We'll, particle effects will go to reduced. Alright, so it's some sort of particle effect, but I don't understand what it's doing. And it seems to straighten out fine once we get into forward flight. That's very interesting to me. It's fast, this little bugger. Alright, so I have another thought and option that I want to do. So one of the things, too, is the way I've got this working, and it's not my preferred way to do it, is essentially we have the nacelles here, and they're being fed fuel from the middle. So their fuel's coming through, and it's feeding these. The problem with that is we don't have any cross-connect. What I mean by that is we don't have RPS going through them. And so the benefit of having cross-connect RPS is that you end up with the engines running at the same RPS. So I might do a big redesign on this too. Let's look at Pigeon real quick. So I'll show you how Pigeon works. I'm thinking of going to Pigeon. So Pigeon, the engines are on the main body, and the fuel goes to the engines fine, and then the RPS is driven out to the rotors, which angle. And then if you look here, this is the RPS being shared between the engines. That allows me to run it on one engine too. So I'm thinking I'd like that functionality. The other thing I have a problem with here, let's bring up a screenshot. It's gonna take up a lot of space in the hangar with the engines vertical. So if you look here at this picture here, you can see the engines vertical. They take up a lot of space. They're almost touching the ceiling. And so the thought is move the engines to the body and then tilt the rotors like on Pigeon. So if you look at, go back, you sucker. So if you look at Pigeon, just the rotors are tilting. And so I think I might want to do that. Let's go ahead, and we've got a good save version of this, and then I can rip it apart and we'll play with it. All right, so let's go ahead and start playing with this. All right, we definitely need symmetry on. And I think it'll have a kind of a beefier look, which I'm also looking forward to, so. I can also make the nacelles a little bit smaller, which is good. Cat is very clingy today. So what we'll do is we'll move these off to the side. These are all set up and plumbed correctly, so we're not going to delete them and cause ourselves more work. Yeah, so I think we're going to migrate the engines into the body. I'm going to take all the parts I want to save, and I think we're just going to redo the engines. Because that way I can rework the fuel tank a little bit. The fuel tank, I've got lots of fuel on this. But what this is going to allow me to do is cross-connect the fuel, or cross-connect the RPS, rather. And that's going to be helpful. So I can run this on one engine or two, just like Pigeon. I'm trying not to just do the drastic thing and just delete. I am going to rebuild the engines. I think it has more than enough power. So I kind of want to downsize the engines a little bit. But I kind of like Pigeon's aesthetic. I like the look of this too, but I like Pigeon's aesthetic a little bit more, probably, so I'm going to change that up. Alright, let's move all this shit here. So right now the fuel tank, the main fuel tank's up in the ceiling here. Cat could sit still for 2 seconds and be in great shape. You know, I like how muscular Pigeon looks. So having big muscular nacelles on here is kind of nice. Hello, DB Stocks. It's a VTOL for my home submarine. So if you look at I'll bring the cover screen up real quick. That's the VTOL going into the submarine. So that's what the build is. Those are looking a little bit large. See if I can cut them down a little bit. I need the radiator to be able to fit in here, so. Trying to see if I can fit it in the body. So kind of build it around these radiators. This should be really fuel efficient, so. Pigeon's very fuel efficient, and this should be even more so. And I'm digging in that general shaping of them, their positioning. Oh, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Struggling here today. Like some sort of chest cold thing. All right. Cat is making it very hard to play. All right, let's see if we can get everything plumbed in here. It doesn't need that big of engines. CG is where? CG is right here, so we'll put the front here. And then the big one we got to worry about is the width, which is 29. So that was 6 off that. That should be 29 right there. 29 is the max width, so we got to keep an eye on that. So right about there is about where we want to be. How many hours do I have in Stormworks? Let's look. 7,575.8 hours. All right, let's see. Let's start banging an engine in here. So we need. I can gear out there to cut down space. Did I just click on that? I thought I clicked on that. Let's see, modular. See if we can get away with 8s on this. That would be nice if we could do that. Should be able to do 8s. This is going to be pretty powerful as it is. I don't need huge engines on this. Shit. All right, there we go. I like the look of that, and that's giving me more space. A little bit bigger of a wing. We'll work on the wing size too if we need to. I like the look of that too. It gives it some shoulders. That's how Pigeon looked. It looked very muscular. Alright, so that's plumbed in for cooling now. A lot of people forget about cooling. That kind of should be one of your first jobs because that's going to be possibly a challenge. So it's always good to get that early. I'm doing my best to mute out the coughing, but you might catch a couple coughs that I can't mute out. All right. I'm digging the look of that. I don't have much space for my engines though, or for my microcontrollers, so I have to push those back 3. Let's do this. So if we could do 3, that's my microcontroller, and then I don't know if I like that as much. Probably don't. But it fits my microcontrollers in there, so. It won't fit there anyway, because of the sides aren't going to cover it. We'll find a place for microcontrollers. They should be able, I can put them in the fuel tanks or something. Hey Jay, how are ya? All right, let's see. Could also put some proper rudders on this now, or ailerons on this right now. Let's do a measure. That's 27, perfect. So we have one on either side. trying to think how I want to cut these. Let's work on the pods. CG's right about there. That works pretty well. Gotta make sure these clear the nacelles. That's a problem. So, or potential problem if these don't clear the nacelles. So I gotta be careful of that. So they gotta go up higher if they're not gonna clear the nacelles. One thing we can do is slide them forward one. That will help. Let's go ahead and we'll do a test to see if these slide forward enough. Okay, it looks like they miss them. So they don't hit. Alright, good. I like it. Alright, good. I think I want to move these forward though. That's just going to make it easier. And then they don't have to be as tall if I move them forward as well. Let's see if that will clear. Yep, those clear fine. All right, good. All right. Very good. All right, let's do a measure of the width. So 21. So that's 4 more on each side. So I could actually push these out a little bit. Oh, don't save it. Just go back, please. It's not gonna work if I do that. Shit. All right. Come on, drag further, you scoundrel. All right, 25. So 2 more on each side we could go. So definitely 1 more is fine. I think we'll do this so we can get the nav lights on there. If I could breathe properly, this would be fantastic. Buddy, buddy, you drive me nuts. Sit still. Sit still. You're a good boy. Sit still. Cat's just like been very obnoxious lately. Does not want to just sit still. He does not want to sit still. All right, those I like those in the cells. All right, let's finish the engine, the cells. I'm not gonna like this, what I'm doing now. Do that for now. I'm not thrilled with it, but not horrific either. Do that for now, just to kind of finish them up. All right, we need to plumb this so that we can get these to rotate. That's important. So let's get a rotation point in here. That's got to be done sooner than later. Let's do right there, probably. That shows on the body. That's probably better there. Cut that out. Still not gonna have enough rotation room. Okay, good. Those are all joined up. The rotation. All right, let's test out rotation real quick. Make sure everything works all right. The other thing too, you just got to change the door angle a little bit, but might be able to knock the doors up and back one. All right, so that looks good. All right, it's looking good. Breathing problems all day, I'm telling you. All right, see if we can knock this back and up one on the doors. One, two, three, four. One, two, three. That works. We can do it right there. All right, perfect. Okay, can we go one more? Two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Yeah, we can. All right. Put them back here. I'll have to redo the wheels, but that's fine. These doors are trying to go more than 90. Shit, they have to go more than 90, don't they? Damn it. Get them attached, they have to go more than 90. Shit, that's not going to work. I should have left the doors where they were. I'll screw with them later. Doors are going to have to go right behind the seat then. Alright, we'll play with that later. Let's get this kind of running again. Because again, we were doing this to try to fix some instability problems, and I want to link up the RPS connections from the two engines, so we got to work that. I got to redo the fuel tank. Got a lot of work to do here, so let's plumb this back in. All right, let's keep working on the engines and the fuel tank. All right, so that's the main fuel tank. Let's see. I've cut into it here somewhere. Right here. So that fuel tank should be sealed again. Let's check it. We should get a positive value on this gauge if it's sealed. Nope, not quite sealed yet. Could be where the radiator cut in. I gotta check here. Yeah, that's a problem there. Right there, so that's not too bad. I can fix that. All right, that should, let's see. All right, fuel tank sealed now. All right, so that's that job done. This should make it pretty easy to get fuel plumbed in here. And so that's the fuel tank there. For now, we'll just do that for exhaust. I'm not thrilled with the way the back of the engines are, but the rest of it I like. All right, so that we need air. And I bang some manifold pieces in here. Manifold pieces can go right there. All right, good. So the manifolds are all connected. We just need air. Alright, so those are mostly plumbed up. Batteries need to go in. For now, I'm just going to do this. Alright, good. This stuff all needs to come back on board. Alright, good. Let's plumb up the engine controllers here. Clutch, starter, I gotta plumb those, and those aren't on at all. Alright, good. Those are all plumbed up. Starter. I think that's about it. Alright, let's see if we can get a run on this. And then let's see if I can hook this back up to the rotor tilt. Where's pivots, 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 pivots? Alright. Alright, baby, that's working. Looks good to me, baby. The speed. Alright, good. That's working. How's it going there, Tenatub? How are you? Hello, Biggin. Good to see everybody. All right, good. So that's working pretty well. Got some things still to work on, but progress is the name of the game. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. We're making some good progress here. All right, let's change the formula again. Let's actually do this instead. That's fine, but let's go ahead and I'm going to manually control those pivots for a second. So the rotors are not interconnected yet. They're going to be so that I can use one engine to run this if I wanted. Alright, good. So that's good progress. I did make the HUD, yes. It's not really a HUD, it's a PFD. Yes, but I made the PFD. Alright, we gotta work on the doors and sculpt the back of the wing. See about getting some proper elevators in there. The problem with the doors have to go pretty much past vertical for them to attach properly and have it work. All right, those need to go back in. Then gear, let's rework the gear. Let's go ahead and do this for now. These doors are important to work, so they need to work correctly. So I gotta see if I can get these doors to work if they don't go past vertical. So the reason, what happens to happen is these need to attach to here. And so going past vertical helps with that. So right now the gear is interfering with that. And so I need to move the gear out of the way. Why is that all ballsed up? Huh? In front and down one. All right. So we got to see if these connectors will attach at 90 degrees. Because that's important. This needs to grab that, and so before I had to go up past 90 degrees. Winch control doors. So let's try to limit these to 90. Where's the door? Side doors, okay. Where the hell is side doors? Right here, side doors. Okay, so it starts at negative 0.35. And then minimum's 0.4. So let's start it at 0 and 0 and see if that will work. So they grabbed. That's good. All right, good. That's good. So now we just need to make sure that we get the wheels in. I just need to not interfere with these. So if we look at, that's where they have to be outside of. So it's kind of problematic, but we'll see what we can do. One thing I can try is this. All right, so that attaches fine. Let's see if they work properly, because like, this was important the way these doors work. They work flawlessly every time. And so I need that reliability in there, so. For now, we just need to do this. And the wheel, where the tires are, or the wheels are, what the fuck is this doing? Where the tires are, it's important for, again, harness reliability, so I gotta play with all this. Probably gonna get 3x3s at some point, but we'll see. All right, so again, the harness reliability is a huge part of this build for me. So I really got to make sure that works. So see how they go out? Now when I drop them, the weight of the attachment harness needs to be able to drop them out. So, and then when I raise them up, I don't know why this one's, I got to fix this one. So this is the main problem, is it's not going high enough to grab that connector. That's why they were going past 90. So so I kind of need that door to be able to go up more. This should help me fix the look of my wing too, that I don't like. That or move the door forward, but rather not. Kind of like the new look of that. Yeah, I kind of like the look of that. It's kind of muscly and bulky. Doors could go right here still. Keep playing with these doors. That's a, see, that's a 2. That's a problem there. It's got to come down though. So it could go right there. Kind of bulks the harnesses right behind me. Cuts off the walk path, but it shortens the tail up a little, which I'm not crazy about, but I don't know if this actually buys us any real space. Not if I do it like this. I need to square this up sooner if I'm gonna put more space in. Because the space constraints are very tight on this because of the fact that it's going in the submarine. So that makes it very difficult for me to get it where I necessarily want it because of the submarine. gotta be careful doing that. I just screwed that all up doing that shit. Let's try to get these harnesses back the way they should be, which is vertical. And then these, where were the all right, so we need connectors, need to hook to there. I need to fix this back to where they need to go. I wish I kept the numbers. Negative 0.35 and then negative 0.4. Mercifully, I remember that. So when this spawns in, those doors need to go higher than level so that they can connect reliably. Okay. And I don't know how this got grabbed, but it did. And that got left when I slid the wing. So let's grab this and put it back. All right. God damn it. I gotta miss something every time, don't I? Gets frustrating after a while. It's a little bit too boxy for me now, but we'll see. It adds a lot more functionality, so that really helps. Let me just read some chat here. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, so that's good. Can play with this. Jesus Christ. The drag sometimes on this is annoying. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So that's 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should be here. Yeah, these doors are an important feature, so I gotta Gotta make sure I have these working. I should be able to actually thin out the back here a little bit because now I have where the doors are. I just had to kind of see it first. I should be able to cut this back down here a little bit. I just need space for these doors. I could also do different doors, but I like these doors. Landing gear is going to be interesting here. So for right now, let's just do some blocks. Just to sit on. And we'll play with our doors, make sure they're working right. Yeah, so these doors took some work when I first made them because you see how it sits nice in there? It's all compact. I can't put them right behind the seat because I can't get through here. So they need to be in the very back. And then when they go out, if you watch, when I drop them, see how it drags them out because of the weight of this? So that's very important. And then there can't be any wheels there so the people can go up and down. And then when they go up, it's important they're in the right position for it to grab. So once I press that, they should grab now. See, because these doors need to go past vertical or past horizontal. I don't think they need to go up that high, but yeah. This should also, slide the wings forward, should also let me sculpt the back of these engines. I was really unhappy with how the back of these engines turned out, so that's going to help me fix that. There we go. So now I've got better looking rear nacelles of the engines. This is going to slope more on the top. Let's start working on that. Because I want to make this look better now that I've kind of squared it up too much, and I need to work on it to get some looks back. I don't want it to be too boxy. And we've got some space now, seeing where the door actually is. That's important. So I can put 4 bangers back in here. I'm going to be doing a lot of throat clearing here because this friggin' chest cold that got kicked off by my procedure. Not all of them. Come on, take it easy. All right, so I can kind of sculpt this a little bit better now. You know, you definitely have the form over function crowd, and I get that. They you know, you have a form you really want, but as far as I'm concerned, like if it doesn't work the way I want it to work, like what's the point? Like especially with this build, it's so important to me that it fits in the sub. That's its whole job is to fit in the sub. Like most other things are secondary. Like, yeah, could I make it look better if I didn't care about that? Yeah, but that's kind of the point. Is the point it needs to fit in the submarine. You know, so it has to fit in the sub. And if it doesn't fit in the sub, then what's the point? You know, so it's like that's kind of a big, huge part of this. So I really need that. That's just imperative to me is that this fits in the submarine. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go use the facilities, get a jacket, and I'll be back. Alright, be right back. Alright, let's keep working on this. Alright, trying to think what I want to do here. Ideally it would be this, but I can't get this to match then if I do that. That interferes with the door if I do that. Let's see what I can do here. This is not going to work, but I'm just kind of eyeballing, checking some shaping here. Again, that door caused me all manner of problems. What I can do is this, cut that down, and then I can go down another, I think I need 1 or 2 blocks. Yeah, again, it's kind of that old debate of form over function, and so it's, for me, it's very important that the function works here, and the form can suffer to a certain extent to make that work, because, again, it has to fit in the sub. It's got very strict dimensional constraints, and that kind of has to live with that. You know, I can't have this not function properly. It just has to. And so this helps that work. I just can't not have to clear my throat here. We got issues I gotta work with for that. You know, and it's so important that this work specifically for that. To be able to fit in the submarine. So, just can't do much about it. It has to fit in the submarine, period. End of story, you know, it's just what it's got to do. And that's that's the whole point of what I'm building here, is it's for a submarine, so it's like anything else is secondary at that point. And then we can incorporate the wheel in here, and that will kind of forgive some of the funkiness of what this is going to look like. And I don't think it'll be too bad, but... Oh, stop it. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Alright. Yep, I'm going to have to just keep clearing my throat. It's just what's going to happen. Yes, that forgives some of that funkiness there. But that still has a good shape. I'm not, you know, not upset by the shaping. And you can see all my microcontrollers are in that zinc chromate color. So they kind of have to be in like that. Yeah, I would like to put the bottom hatch back in, and I think this will allow me to do it as well. So again, there's a bunch of added benefits of kind of doing what I'm doing here. So yeah, if I'm going to add some quote-unquote ugliness, I want to make sure it has a benefit of adding space or functionality or something where you kind of forgive a little ugliness for that, you know? Not that it's ugly, but it's, you know, it's not exactly where I'd like it to be. All right, that's starting to look pretty good. And then the wheels, I am well behind the center of gravity now. Let's get the back underside of the wing kind of figured here. So we're going to do kind of a supercritical wing here where it slopes up towards the rear. That's the plane I fly, is supercritical wing. For now, we'll do that. And then we'll actually leave a gap. I like having these gaps in there. You kind of see like how I have some overhangs and stuff like that. And I think that ends up looking good overall. Put some interest in there. It looks too rounded if you don't do that sometimes. All right, so let's work on some functionality. I got to get this fuel tank sealed back up. You know, and sometimes, you know, you're making it bigger, it's like, all right, well, if we're going to make things bigger and maybe not look like I want them to, add some benefits like, for example, you increase fuel or something like that. All right, let's check the doors again because I put a block over them here, and then I want to get these wheels in. Now the center of gravity I want to come forward, so it's by the rotors. So I got to try to get some weight in here somehow. I don't think it's gonna be a huge problem. I don't have to worry about it too much, but I gotta slide a little bit of weight forward. And then the wheels ideally should be at just after the center of gravity. They're a little bit far back, but they're not terrible. So I could make this a component of the wheel, and that could look good. And I like kind of having a shout out to Pigeon. So it's gonna have kind of Pigeon's look as well. It's gonna be kind of a sister ship to Pigeon. Those could actually probably, if they'll work with the harnesses, those could probably actually come out one. Yeah, they'll come out one. Yeah, so the different facets give it a cool look, so. That's good. And then I've got plenty of cavernous space here for doors in the front, which I was missing before. More seating, and then the underfloor door is coming in too, so that's a bunch of good added benefits there. And then the new bulkhead door is going to be right here. I'd say if our fuel tank's sealed up. Nope, fuel tank's not sealed, so let's get that sealed. So, good thing to get these things done is like go one at a time, get what you need done. You know, try to start bringing it back into functionality by like, you know, sealing a fuel tank. Take it one step at a time because like you go, let's go for a test drive, and then oh my god, why is it not starting? Oh yeah, I have no fuel. You know, so now we have fuel. So it's like stuff like that helps. Good. I'm digging the look. I'm not hating it. It's got good It's got so like I've decreased some of the quote unquote looks, but increased the functionality. So it was a good trade-off. You know, I haven't just ravaged the looks for no added functionality. It's got good functionality added to it now. So it's a worthy trade-off. All right, so again, one of the main things this thing has to do 100%, it has to, must do, is fly. So we got to make sure that it flies now. So let's go take it for a, should everything plumbed in? Everything should be plumbed in. Let's go take it for a quick test flight, make sure it flies well. So you see it kind of going back, that's because the center of gravity is in the back. So now one way you can adjust for this is go say 0.1 forward. I just banged the wall, so now it's going to sit better because center of gravity is too far aft. And so by tilting the rotors forward, we're effectively changing that. Now, what I really need to do is increase the mass in the front because we put the rotors in front of the center of gravity, right? So it's not balanced anymore. So let's do this. All right, so that's Phantom Forces. People cry about Phantom Forces in game. I don't know why they do. It's, you've got two objects banging into one another. That's what's causing that, It's a design problem. It's not a game problem. All right, good. So we got to fix that left door is having problems, but that's a fixable issue. Pretty good speed. We'll get more speed as I refine it. I like the big muscular looking engines. Those, I like them better than those vertical pylons we had. It looks like, it kind of looks like a fighter there. You'll see how bulky it looks. I really like it. I'll catch up with chat in a second, guys. But yeah, it looks mean. It looks bulky. It's got the the big shoulders on it. Looks really kind of brutal, and I like that. All right, so we gotta fix the door. Let's read chat here. I'll catch up. Did I get the invitation for the new game? Tana asked. Yes, I did. I've got it, but I haven't played yet. Sorry, I missed some chat. Yeah, that's the other thing is like I don't know how people get their builds like they're like 150 for a small build. This one costs 20 grand. You know, and the benefit of this is it makes it so you can play with it earlier in a career game. Have 150 hours in game, what should you build? Pretty much like the thing I would recommend to people is start a career game, have a custom game for building, and you want to do your first mission. So your first mission is going to be right by your base. You need a boat. Go out in the boat, rescue somebody. So build a little hull with engines. You know, I don't even paint the sucker. If you watch my career build series, you see what I do when I start the career build series. How basic my craft is. How really simple it is. And then I go ahead and every time I go out on a rescue, I try to add something. So I'll add a GPS bearing system, and then I'll add maybe a transponder locator, and I'll make it so that I can transport a little fuel. And so you add something each time, especially when you're new. You're not going to keep your builds very long. You know, you're going to iterate so much in the beginning that, you know, you can't really keep a build very long because your skills are growing so fast. There's no point in trying to build an end build, you know. And so go ahead and, you know, build something simple you're willing to throw away pretty quickly, because guess what? You can throw it away pretty quickly because you're new. And, you know, you don't have that, your level of skill changes so fast. You're not going to keep a build for very long. You know, those of us who, like, can pretty much put together anything at this point because we've, you know, have practice in the game. I don't need to, you know, it takes a lot longer for me to want to throw away a build because I can build something that's kind of end game, you know what I'm saying? So I would start out pretty simply, build something pretty basic, and then go from there. So I'd start that little boat. Don't even worry about painting it. Don't make it pretty. You know, don't get too attached to it. You're not going to keep it for very long. And then go ahead and move on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And that's the best thing to do. Because, again, you know, your starter builds are not going to be that great. And so you want to go to that next build pretty fast. So I would start with a little boat. All right, good. That's good. What were we having problems with? Let's play with the doors a little bit. Make sure the doors are functioning. This door on this side, something just wasn't connected. Yeah, why is this not working? This is connected to the same... Huh. Let's see why that door is not going. Let's see what it's getting for a signal. It could be jamming up too high. Let's look. Can I even see it where it is? Okay. All right, so that one is just stuck as the problem. So let's try something here. They're identical, so they shouldn't be too bad a shape. All right, so let's go to 0.35 and make sure these connect to 0.35. If they connect, we don't need them going up so high and getting jammed. There we go. So that unjams that. So they're getting forced into the ceiling a little bit here. They're definitely getting forced into the ceiling. All right, so that's fine. These doors can actually come down one. That's what we're going to do. Can they? Shit. Not the way I have it, but that's actually not hard to fix, so that's fine. So these doors will come down one. So we got to move them piece by piece. That's one of the things that was important to get the wheels out of the way. Because now I can move these up and down. If the wheels were like just under them, we'd have problems. We'd also have problems with getting the people up and down off the rope. And now that these are getting moved down a little bit, we can play with some XML tricks. One of the best things for XML is they don't have collisions. And so you can hide stuff. You can put things that need their collisions in the way. And that's one of the benefits of XML. So like so if you look here, we need we actually don't even need XML here. Watch what we can do. So if I put a block in, right, this block has collisions on all, all sides. We're only caring about the two sides that are touching. All right, now if I put in a wedge, that wedge, which I can't do it perfectly like this because of the fuel, but that is going to have less of a collision, so it's going to be, it's not going to pinch as much. So, and I don't even need to do it like that. I could do it like this, and these wedges have less of a collision. And so I should be able to get this back up to where it was of 0.4. And now they should not get stuck. That might actually be going up too high. Where's that at now? Let's change that back to 0.35. All right, we're honky-dory there. That's good. All right, so now that's not forcing in the ceiling anymore, which is causing us problems. That's good. The other thing, too, is people get really concerned about the look of their build too early. And you kind of got to, like, chill out with that sort of thing. It's like, because you're pressed right up against your build right now. So I'm like, oh, my God, this is ugly. And then you kind of get away from it and you don't see it. And, like, a lot of other people aren't going to see that, quote-unquote, terribly ugly thing you did. So I think some people get too... They get too hung up on that, and so it's like you got to chill out on that, because usually it's not going to be as bad as you think. It's because like you're actually building it and you see it, you'll see every imperfection of your build, where most other people are not going to see it or care. And so like a little ugly spot that sticks out to you is going to be, for most people, they're not even going to see it. So you got to kind of come to the realization that, you know what, that's not something I should really make a big deal about. Just kind of chill out with it. And then also having some irregular areas isn't the end of the world. Like you look at real machines and they have like pieces sticking off them and everything else, and it's not the end of the world. And even like things that you'd think that need to be pretty perfect, like an airplane, they don't. They're not perfect. They got little strakes and everything else hanging off them for like aerodynamic reasons, and that's more important than, you know, the aesthetics of it. Like that doesn't look bad. It doesn't look as clean and smooth, but it doesn't look bad at all. You know, and if you kind of put some angles in there and you make it kind of look muscular, it adds to the build. It doesn't take away from it. All right, so these are really, these work well. Like I said, this took a lot of designing when I first made these for Pigeon. Like, you see how it actively drags the harness out? That was a problem I had where, like, sometimes the harness would go in and not out, and then you can't physically throw it out like you could IRL. Just grab the harness, throw it out the side. And then because these are at a higher angle, when I shut that off, now they're close enough and the distance is short enough, they always grab. And they need to grab in order to be folded properly when they go inside. And you see they fold up perfectly every time, and that's important. All right, so that's good. I like this is canted a little bit. It's got a little bit of a nose-up attitude when it's sitting. Let's check the fuel tank. The fuel tank should be full again. All right, good. So one thing we've kind of been putting off here, which I wanted to do, is this was important with moving the engines around, is I wanted to be able to interconnect the engines. And what this allows me to do, interconnecting the engines, is they run at the same RPS. There's no difference in thrust. And then you can also run one engine to run both sides to save fuel if you wanted. Now this might take my fuel down because I might have blocked off the front section of the tank. Yep. So I got to fix that, but we have no fuel going through now, so I got to fix that. But now there's a all right, so 886, we've cut a little fuel up, but I can try to get that fuel back. But, so now the RPS is connected. So one of the benefits of this is I can run one engine. So we start it up. Just the left engine's going to go. I don't have them hooked in yet, I don't think. And so we have just one engine running. And all right, so now we need to fix the center of gravity. So we see where the center of gravity is. That's got to come up forward. So I'm trying to see what I can do. I'm gonna have some struggles with getting this fixed because I just don't have that much space to put in weight. So anywhere I can slug in some weight, I gotta do it. And the further forward, the better. So one thing we can see is how much weight are we talking about here? So that would do it right there, but that's quite a bit of weight. One thing we could do is move the rotors backward. We'd slide the rotors back because I need to get the rotors in line with the center of gravity. So we need to weight forward, and we need that. I can't really slide my wings back anymore because it would ruin my doors. I gotta find some places I can cram weight in, and the further to the front, the better. One thing I would love the devs to do is make it so that we can paint that star on the paint the star on the weight block. Because I would just, that would be an easy way to do it, is put those in, but I can't really do that. So this is one way I can get my fuel back to interconnecting, is essentially alternating these. So I'm gonna get off symmetry for a second. That needs to go like that, and then this one you go backwards like that, and the fuel can sneak through there. And then this one needs to be this way. The fuel can sneak through there. And then the fuel, it's got to be like that, and then that. And then, so the fuel can sneak all the way through there. That's what we need. Okay, good. And I got to find a place to put weight. Try to get weight forward. I just wish we could color the weight block star, because the star is quite annoying that it is only that color, and all they need to do is do additive paint and then color the weight block. So if I wanted the dot to be red, I could do that. So whatever color you could match it, and then that would be great, because I just bang weight blocks in there and be done. I'm trying to think where I can add some weight. Because it's not that far back, but it's a little bit in the way. One thing we can do is this. So anywhere where we have these wedges, which actually this makes it better, is we can add microcontrollers. And so one of the big weight issues here is the microcontrollers are in the tail. So if we can move microcontrollers forward and make them part of the fuel tank, we can slide some weight forward. So that's going to effectively help this. It's also going to increase our fuel capacity. So what do we got there? That is a what? A 4x3. Do I have a 4x3? What do you, sir, madam? A 4x2. That is a 3x2. So two 3x2s will cut it. And that's a 3x3 there, okay. That's a 3x4. No, it isn't. Okay. So this has a couple functions. One, it increases the size of my fuel tank, but it also it's going to help shift weight forward. What is this, Mike? What's that? That's 1, 2, 3 by 5 or 6. The gyro. 1, 2, 3, 5. So. A great way to increase the volume of your fuel tanks is using micros to do it. Yeah, so we're slowly getting this this mass shift forward. It should also increase our fuel by quite a bit. And then we can do some tricks like this whole bulkhead wall here. So if you look at it, if you look at the weight of the blocks, you have that weighs 1. And then if you look at the wedges, that's half. So you can start put wedges in there. That cuts the weight down as well. So there's a bunch of tricks you can do to get the weight down. And then we've got a lot of fuel sitting in the back here. We could not put the fuel in the back, but kind of thinking I want to do that anyway. What was that? Why did I click on that? All right. But yeah, weight and balance is incredibly important. It's where a lot of new players struggle with making airplanes and even boats and everything is cars, everything. Weight and balance is so important to everything. And if you don't know that and you don't know that, that makes it really a struggle for especially new players, and it's something you gotta get a handle on pretty early. Because they'd be like, well, it was flying before, but now it's not. I just moved my wing. Yeah, it's part of the problem. Is so many games, it doesn't matter where you put anything, and then because it magics it away, and that's not this game. This game doesn't magic it away. You've got to worry about weight and balance. And if you don't, you're gonna struggle. All right, so we could cut our fuel tank down because we're filling the back with fuel, and then that causes us weight problems. So one thing we can do here is, again, to cut weight down is put in half blocks, because that's going to cut down the amount of weight we have because they only weigh half as much. So it's slow progress trying to get this weight and balance fixed. The rotors could come back one block. That would help. And I don't think they're going to hit if they go back one block. So let's go ahead and do that. And we got to be careful with this. So let's pull that forward first. And I probably screwed up the light on that one, so I got to screw with that again. I probably screwed up the bottom light as well. Let's try to fix this that I screwed up, definitely. Yep. Yep, so we're going to move this back, and that's getting our center of thrust back towards our center of gravity. All right, good. You know, like, we have times where I have to move bags or passengers around the airplane because of how, you know, how sensitive it is. And, you know, it's a plane that can be 85,000 pounds, and I got to move a couple passengers around, you know. You know, and this weighs very little comparatively. You know, like here, we'll look at a weight on this in a second, what this ends up weighing. So this weighs 1,219 kilograms, essentially. So you're talking about 24 and another 2% on top of that. So, so 2,700 pounds. You know, so you think about how moving a little bit of weight is going to have big, a big force on this. All right. All right, so we're starting to get the weight kind of thought about here. I don't want to fatten up the bottom. That's a quick way to get, we could put some weight in. Don't want to fatten it up though. Trying to do this without fattening it up. I still got a lot of microcontrollers to hide though. This is part of the problem. So again, you can go through a thinning or a lightening pass, and we're going to do that. So anywhere where we have, like you see those are 4s, that's a 4. This is a tough area to lighten. But anywhere where we can lighten, like that I just don't need. And then that can be lightened, so let's go ahead and lighten it. So we're going to use wedges there. And then like right there, that can be lightened using a couple wedges. So just tiny little things like that, and that's starting to cut down mass a little bit. Not a huge change, but it's something. And it's helped me shift that mass. So if you look now, the rotors are about 1 block ahead of the center of gravity, so that's coming along pretty well. The other thing too is as I add a door in here, boom, you see it's starting to move forward as well. So right now I don't have any wall in here, so that's not helpful. So that will add some mass. Trying to see if I have any hollow areas. No, not really. Any hollow areas I can put in some weight blocks. So like I can definitely put one right under the wheel and the seat. So right there can be a weight block. It's not a ton, but it's something. So like if we look there, we're currently weighing a 1210. And that's going to shift it forward and down, which is where we want it. And so if you see where it is, it's right about here on that white square. And now it's, you see it went down and forward a little bit, so. So let's go ahead and we'll replumb this. Just like you have to ballast ships in game. You need to especially ballast your aircraft. I was looking for a spot to put a battle cannon piece in here. Don't really have any, but I can easily put them in there. Thought there was something in here where I could put a battle cannon piece. Right about here I can put a battle cannon piece. Let's see, let's count it out. Battle cannon pieces also don't take up your custom tanks, so you can stick them in here. So like if we look at this now where it is, it's pretty much, I gotta move this too. Shit, I gotta move this, but it's pretty much right here, probably about half a block too far aft. And then if we take a battle cannon piece, I'm gonna put it in the tanks right here. And then we can delete this out here. See, that moved it a little bit closer. Not by a ton, but a little bit. I need to move these pivots. Like to play some career game, but I kind of gotta get this build going. Alright, so let's look at it now. So you see it's getting pretty damn close. So you see where it is? Pretty damn close. Now, I gotta add all these microcontrollers in, so that's gonna be problematic, but we'll see. Alright, so the roof is gonna be a big part of that solution. So let's start cutting this out. Let's start chopping the roof. And the roof is pretty much... There's microcontroller there. I also have some microcontrollers that can go that I'm not using, but what's that? 3 wide. So this could take my engine micros. Alright, that'll increase my fuel capacity. And then let's find what we don't need. Overhead fuel panel I need. Connector system I need. Transponder locator, yes. Rotor pitch, yes. Yes. Brake panel, yes. Bearing panel, yes. Control surface, yes. 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 Seat pivot, no. I don't have a seat pivot anymore on this one. Door. Starboard door. Those are going to come. Interior lighting. Winch control. So I need pretty much all of this. One thing I can do too is drop the ceiling by 1. That's 6. I'd like it to be 7 so I can fully stand. But I've got plenty of space to put some microcontrollers back here, but again, that screws up my weight problem, so. Starts giving me weight problems there. All right, let's check on fuel, see how it's sitting. All right, so there's a hole in the fuel tank. I gotta find that again. It's not it there. If we go another layer of microcontrollers, I can also hide some weight if I need to. Right here, we have a problem. All right, let's see. I bet that's still not sealed, but made some progress. Yeah. We're gonna end up having to lower it. Okay, right here, all of this shit. Actually, what I want to do is let's not do that. Let's take this, go like this, slide that back one. And then I want to put my, for my airspeed there. And then I'll take these 2 doors. and use them to cover. And it was such a huge beneficial update the devs did with the stackable nodes. That is huge. Because like so much of this is now possible because we can stack nodes that was not before. All right, I don't have any more ones, do I? So for now, I'm just gonna do this. All right, check the capacity. All right, 1,400 liters. That's a lot for something this size. And it's gonna swell up even more because I'm gonna add micros all through this layer here. So we're actually gonna go like that. And then micros are going all in here. I just have so many micros that I need it. And let's start with a big one, bigger ones, and do it. The bearing panel is going to get shrunk at some point. Add it to my very long list of shit to do. That 3 by, that's perfect. All right, I need that here. And so microcontrollers make a great fuel tank because they don't take up a lot of real estate, and so it gives you a lot more fuel. All right, I had a bunch of 2s. So that should really rack up the amount of fuel we've got in here. I always like to be able to stand up in the inside, but it's not the end of the world if I can't. Because the character can stand up in is 7, so we'll see what the... And then I need to put in fake interior lights, so put those on the sides if I need to. Or we can do them right here is what we'll do. I'll reserve some space for them in the middle here, so let's go... we'll do an RGB indicator light. That will go right there. do right there. And then what's here? A big panel. Don't need this one really. That's fine there. Okay. These two can go just in the back's fine. I don't think they're that heavy anyway. This is a fake light that essentially what this does is the indicators don't really put out any or much light. And so this kind of lights up everything when you do an interior light. So it actually shines through the wall. All right, so that is a what? 3 by 3. And then we need a 1 and a 2 by is all. Have any microcontrollers sitting around? No, just batteries there. Alright, so we need a 1 and a 2 by. So we're at like 1,400 liters of fuel before. Let's see where we're at now. It should be much higher. And we'll see where the CG sits. And with the added fuel, we can also cut out fuel from the back if I still need to move the CG forward. Still a little bit aft where I like it, but I'm going to play with it, see what I can do. Alright, we had 2,300, so we've added 1,000 liters in there. And then again, like I said, adding these walls back in is going to help, so. Let's get a flight in. Alright, perfect. It's not... So it's within about a half a block. So you see how it wants to go backwards a little bit, but it really isn't that bad. And there's a quick way to fix this. If we did... 0.1, you see now it's trying to go forward because we've angled to correct for that weight imbalance. And that's a good kind of show with when you're trying to build like a seaplane and you have to change your center of thrust for your center of gravity. That's what's happening. And so like we did probably, see how we're going forward? So 0.05, that's half of that. And we'll see if it goes forward or aft. And as you can see, it pretty much sits perfectly. So that's what you're doing when you're moving your thrust with, say, a seaplane to get your center of thrust and your center of gravity aligned. Now it doesn't want to go forward or aft, it just wants to sit because we've got the center of gravity in line. And that's what they do in real airplanes and even helicopters. They tilt the rotors, they tilt the engines and the propellers. Alright, good. Very nice. And then we'll get even better when I add those doors in. So let's just do that now. Let's start planning a little bit of what the interior is going to look like here real quick. I do want to put it, I'm trying to think if I want to put that hatch in. The problem is if I put a hatch in here, I can't put seats around it. So, see where the electric hatch is. I may or may not put this electric hatch in. Again, the benefit of Pigeon is you can do 2 rescues at once while you are going up and while you're also going up and down the line. And so to make this a little bit less useful and versatile than Pigeon, you would essentially have this. You know, you put a liability in there where this doesn't have that capability. So Pigeon still is more capable at rescues. All right, and then in order to make this work, I would have to have a harness coming down. So let's see what we have for micros that could move. So probably here, I'd say. That was just the blank one, right? Yep, okay. Where's the winch? There it is. Right. Trying to think where it has to go. It has to go either there or right there is probably actually it. Is that 2 by something? That is a 1 by... Alright, that's a blank. That's a blank, so should be a blank, right? Yeah, it's a blank. Alright, so what we're going to do is change this blank here to a 1. And then this can go in there. Alright, and then hopefully we can get that harness in. If I need to cut seating down, 6 seats is plenty. This could be, might be a problem. We'll see. Because I need this to spawn in properly. Ugh. So the seats are a problem, but that's okay. I can get rid of the seats. I don't need that many seats in there. And so that's as far forward as she can go. Yeah, so it's got to be like this. Unless I spawn it outside and I have to draw it in. I've done that before. That's not the end of the world either. Alright, so the center of gravity should have improved. As you can see, it's almost perfectly lined up with the rotors now. And it's going to improve even more because we're putting this back in, which should be heavier. And that goes right there. And that's also going to help align the CG better with the winch here. So that's looking pretty good. Alright, and then this is all plumbed. I just need to get the other harness. It's tough when everything's stacked though. Let's see where the winches go. So let's find winches. Right here. Alright, that center winch speed goes to here. Okay. Center winch speed, and then I need the door of this. Alright, electric hatch. I think that's it, right? What's that? Winch length? Let's read off one of these, I think. Should be fine. I think I read it off the actual center door, but I don't think it really matters. We'll do it off the center. Alright, let's give that a look. Why are these having struggles now? Because they're pushing on the ceiling again. Shit! I could drop them maybe one more. Let's look. They're hitting the ceiling now. Yeah, they're hitting the ceiling again. I gotta drop this if I want this to work right. Oh, you sucker. Alright, I can make this work. I just gotta push the build up. It's annoying, but it's, again, I could complain about it or I can make it work, you know? And again, the most important thing is to have this working. And eventually, you know, the problem is you get your imagination, your hopes up for a certain thing. It's like, at the end of the day, you're trying to accomplish a job, just like, you know, people wonder why, like, engineers design things that are funky. It's, you know, because something wasn't going to work, and so they had to move it along. And, you know, at the end of the day, the build needs to work. You know, that's the most important thing at the end of the day is the build's got to work. What's that hitting? Okay, that's fine. Stop, please. Thank you. Alright, that should be good. Let's go ahead and run this, make sure all this works. Again, it's a rescue helicopter. It's got to be able, a rescue VTOL. It's got to be able to do the rescues. That's important. Shit. Deleted the control panel. Deleted the control panel. I got to bring in Pigeon anyway to add some stuff, so just bring in Pigeon. Alright, so a couple things I need from Pigeon. I need the harness. Because this harness is my control harness. This is what I use to actually command the other ones while I'm doing rescues. And so I need it to be set up correctly. And so this is already set up correctly. So instead of having to rewrite it, I can just do that. And then the other thing I wanted was this seat. It's set up correctly again, so I'm going to come in and just place it over my other seat. And I'm going to go ahead and connect up the seat controls here. Where's that going? That's going to a bunch of shit, isn't it? Goes to what? Hardpoint connector body. Hardpoint connector body. It's going to seat pivot, which I don't need. And it's going to brake panel. So pretty much brake panel. So let's start deleting off what I don't need. Hardpoint. Hardpoint. And this was because it had firefighting nozzles, and so it needed to be able to control those. And this one I don't think is going to have that functionality. Maybe I could get it in there, maybe not. Alright, so autopilot needs the seat, so let's get that plumbed in. Should be one of the bigger ones. Ah, I deleted my physics sensor. That's a pain in the ass. I gotta fix that. Alright. Alright, that's good. And then we need to hook up to the brake panel, which it's somewhere. That sucks. I deleted the physics sensor. I need that back. Alright, where is the brake panel? Don't see it. Right there. Okay. Now, what else are you connected to? Should just be the seat pivot, which I don't have anymore. Alright. Good, good, good. I actually might be able to even add that seat pivot back in. That would be kind of cool. I might do that, add that back in. I think I will. Alright. Can I do it? No, I don't have enough space. I only have one block too small for that. I also want to do this. I want to increase the tire size. Let's do 50% bigger. Alright, that's good. Alright, that's in. What else do we need to add? I was just thinking about it now. I can't remember. Oh, doors. I'm just going to take the whole door. So the door could go there, but I lose some seats. How much seat do I lose? How wide are the doors? Threes? They're threes. The seats, I lose a ton of seating if I do this. I'm going to do it on one side, but stop that. See if I can do the door right about here and not have problems. Ah. It's alright, I can move it back. And then that's above the level of where I want it, so we're going to cut that down one. Symmetry I can do without, thank you. Alright, so that'll be the doorway there. That seat's gone. Have one door in here. I don't think I can add an extra seat because of where the harness is. Yeah, see that caused problems, so that's fine. So we'll have 5 seats, which is plenty. That's door controller right there. I'm gonna cut this because it's already pre-connected, and I gotta find where it is over here. Right there. Alright, so that one just gonna delete out, and then this will get replaced. Alright, nice. So we got our door. Got our center harness in there. We've got our seat in there. I think that was what all I needed. We're going to do that wall treatment in here too. I don't know if I'm going to name this yet. Alright, so we want to make sure there's nothing connecting the two builds. At the present there is. That's just the seat. So we got to find where these are going. So that is going to left, right. Okay, so we don't have actual nose wheel steering on this anymore. And then we're doing the winch off hotkey 2 is what? Up or down? Down. And then that should be going to the other side, up. Alright, so they're all severed, so we're good. So let's get rid of Pigeon. So I still want Pigeon to have some benefits over this new one. And it's slower, but it can hold more people. This has the same rescue capability with 3, but it's much faster. It fits in the submarine. Those are its benefits. It's not going to have those modules like firefighting modules, stuff like that. It's smaller, so those are its liabilities, and so it has the pluses and minuses. All right, let's go ahead and see what we can do here. All right, that wasn't connected apparently. All right, what's hanging up the door here? Nope, it's not. It's good. All right, so shit. I knew that there was something. Pigeon, where are you at? I accidentally deleted this controller and I need it back. All right, so we need the winch to read there, and this needs to go to the winch panel. Yep. All right, that all works. That's plumbed up. And then I need to put a physics sensor back in here. It's got deleted at some point. I need to find a hole for it. Where am I going to put that? Doesn't need to perfectly be in the middle, but can't go anywhere like that. Should be fine in the back here. Ideally, I like it at the center of gravity, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Physics sensor. Physics sensor. Physics sensor. Physics sensor. Door controller. Physics sensor. PID tuning. I think that's probably it. Yeah, I think that's it. Alright. Alright, what happened there? I don't like how low these doors are in the back. I don't, but whatever. Alright, those are sealed and in. You still get out of the door. The harness is a little bit in the way, but it's not terrible. This should actually, if I can move the winch back one, that's better aligned. So let's try to do that. Yeah, it's got to go back one. Or spin it around, go back two. Might want to do that. Let's try that. So, making good progress on this. So if I could go back two, that would be even better. And spin the winch around. Because I want the head clearance, so one. Constant shuffling of microcontrollers. So that should go there. That should work fine. And that goes almost there. I got something in the way. Actually, I think that can go like this and then... Nope. All right. Well, let's see what we're missing. All right, here. That's a blank, right? That's a blank. Let's cut the blank out for now. Might be able to get the physics sensor put back somewhere more reasonable too. We shall see. Yeah, I should be able to get the physics sensor somewhere better. Let's try putting the physics sensor there, see if that works for us. Should be fine. And then we may is the operative word, and now we can't slide that back one. It's gonna hit the back wall. Okay, that's fine. And then that's a blank. See you later, son. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's check it before we wreck it. You know, we have a much lower ceiling now, but it's still like, it feels more cramped in here, which it's a smaller build, so I'm not super opposed to. I just don't have the microcontroller space. Like, we're literally wherever we can be. That's perfectly over the door. That's good. That feels less claustrophobic with a winch behind us because we can exit out the door. We do need to duck a little bit, but that's good. Should feel a little bit more cramped. It's a small vehicle. Those need to be sealed up again, so. Alright, those are all in alignment. And then if we have connection problems while it's in the air, what we do is pretty simple. We come down here, and we should be able... Oh, that's exactly not what I wanted to do. Gotta be careful with that. Alright. So now what you want to do is you want to make... Okay, so it's going to grab that way. So you want to grab this electrical connection and turn it, get it moving, and then it's going to grab for you, so you can manipulate it. Doors, good. Very nice. 5 seats in here is good. And then to get out of my seat, I'm gonna need to. I can crawl through, so that's good. Get my head stuck a little bit, but it's because of the lip of this. It's not the end of the world. I want it to feel cramped in here. It's a small build. All right, good. All right, I didn't mean to hit that button. I hit it my headset. How's it going there? Many words. Capper. We'll call you Capper. How's it going there, Capper? Good to see you. Yep, it's just practice, practice, practice. The longer you do it, the easier it gets. You know, there's no shortcut. You know, there are some tips people can give you, but there's really no shortcut. You just have to keep building, you know. That's the thing is, like, some people will look for shortcuts sometimes, and there really isn't. You gotta just keep building. Because at the end of the day, building is what's gonna get you there. You know, the more you do this, the easier and better you get at it. You know, also coming in with clear objectives is always helpful. You know, like my objective is real simple: is this has to fit in the has to fit in the submarine. Period. No matter what, that's what I need. I need this to fit in the submarine. That's the most important job this thing has. And so pretty much everything, okay, good, I did take off symmetry. Everything else is secondary. That is the main job of this thing, is just to fit in the submarine. And so if you have that objective pretty clear from the start, you know, it's not too bad to get that done. That's gonna look funky as shit. I don't like that. That's just a little bit of detailing past there. Let's start slapping some paint on this sucker. That helps make it look a little bit more completed. And what I always like to do is I change the color of the doors a little bit, like old cartoons. Those are the parts that are going to move, and it kind of sticks out to you. Still on no symmetry, huh? Let's get that back on symmetry. So I think I'm going to call this the squab because it's very inspired by the pigeon. And a squab is a young pigeon. It's a juvenile pigeon, so I think that works well for this. And that way I can use the same color scheme, which was based on the colors of a pigeon. Forget what pigeon's engine nacelles color was, but we'll work on that later. We'll bring pigeon back in for some of the coloring. Yeah, so this is gonna be the squab. It's a small pigeon, baby pigeon rather. I'm missing glass there? Okay. I did not know I was missing glass there. Apparently I am. I hate rotating these things. They're so annoying. Yeah, smaller builds are much harder. Like, you get into huge builds, and it's just like the big thing is putting away your microcontrollers. It's a piece of cake. But, you know, you have other issues with big builds. All right, I've yet to actively land this on the submarine. I've placed it on the submarine, so we can go do a landing on the submarine. Would be fun. Yeah. And then where's the orange line? Let's bring Pigeon in for help with coloring. So Pigeon was for Alistair's challenge, and it's got the color that I want. So I think we might step up the orange line. Let's do the orange line there. Let's see, orange. See how I like it here. And then where's that? That is one up from the base layer, which is there. Okay. Then, okay, so the wings are actually not this color. Wings are this color. So let's go ahead and we'll do a quick color swap on that. Stop color swapping things, you scoundrel. Gives me some good continuity to them. These essentially colored the same. And then zinc chromate's going anywhere I don't have painted, so that's going to change. I can color swap that when that comes. Gonna get zinc chromate, which is this color here. It's the anti-corrosion paint they put on airplanes as primer. Alright, I need the wing color is changing. This color. Nice thing too is you use a good contrast color like the zinc chromate. It pops right out, so as you're like flying your build around and just playing with it, you can see when you have a miscolor somewhere. So again, I want to build in some, not negatives, but some different pluses and minuses in the different builds, because it makes it so that I want to use different builds. You know, if this does everything that Pigeon does, well, why use Pigeon, you know? This, like, Pigeon will not fit in my new submarine, and that's a big thing that I need is a vehicle to fit in my submarine. That's why I built this and didn't just use Pigeon. So Pigeon's going to be... Pigeon will work better on Tethys. It's bigger. Like, if you look, it has 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seats. It can rescue a hell of a lot more passengers. It's slower. This is faster, and it rescues more. Or rescues fewer passengers. People. You know, so that's another thing. Alright, did I not just grab that color? Why is it grabbing that color no matter what I click on? You suck at you. And then these have different colors. Like if you look, there's a subtle color difference between the light and the dark. And that really adds to the depth of the paint. If you kind of do that, so... Should be mostly protected from the door, accidentally coloring paint on the door. That's this is a pretty simple little thing you can do to increase the depth of your build. Is work the colors so that, you know, recessed areas that wouldn't see the light as much, or have a touch darker paint. That starts to give it some depth and shadow. This is problematic here. That's where the door hinge is. Not too much we can do it, but what I'll do is I'll cover it like I did on over here. If you look, I've got this. It's just a fire extinguisher and a block. And that just allows me to quickly cover that. Again, what I like the devs to do is make it so you can color each face of that pivot. That would fix our issues with that. All right, we have 2 seats there. So 4, that's a 4 banger right there, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. And then we got 3 seats on this side. And we'll need more health kits, but I'll probably take out that underwater torch and put it there. That's looking pretty good. That's looking good. You can definitely see the resemblance. I think Squab's a good name. I kind of almost want to do Twin Boom Tail just because I could put the Squab picture on there instead of the pigeon. I don't have much real estate to put it. I could put it here, but it's got to be small. And I don't have 2-sided paint blocks, so I can't put it in the vertical stab. So that's one of the reasons I want to put a twin boom, but I kind of like this being a little bit different. All right, let's check up some chat here. Good to see you, Tan Up. How are you? Created a shunting train with 2-cylinder 3x3. Is it overpowered for the job, in your opinion? Doesn't have the right gearing yet. It was also thinking probably too big of an engine. You know, if it's a shunter, it doesn't need to go fast. It's just moving things around the yard. Why not swap color? Because I'm pulling colors off of this, and it would swap it before I'm ready to change the color. Oh, Jesus. So that's why I didn't do it. I was gonna do it, but it was causing problems. And then the main swap I'm doing is zinc chromate for the purple. And so I needed to get everything else painted first. And painting's kind of a relaxing thing for me. It's not laborious. So I kind of enjoy doing it, and I'd rather get it done manually. Let's see. All right, can we get the right color here, please? Get the gold, you sucker. There we go. All right. Oh, my fucking Christ. Come on. I know what color it is. It's this. Just do this and click on it, you sucker. All right, there we go. I don't like doing too much color swap. I don't like using the bucket because I end up spending more time fixing painting mistakes than I do saving time, I find. So painting's kind of relaxing, just kind of do it and get it done correctly the first time is kind of my preference. I don't think I can get a light in there because of the harnesses. Yeah, they're going to be interfere with the harnesses. I can put them right there, though. That looks snazzy. Yeah, that's not bad right there. And then, let's see, that's just lights, so whatever that is there. That can go into landing lights there. Alright, famous last words. I don't think I need anything else off of Pigeon. Now, whatever RGB value is going to these is what's coming to the side lights. I think we can get rid of Pigeon for now. Alright, I've been on for many hours here. What I'm going to do is we're going to go try to put this on the submarine. Let's go give it a quick flight. Still have some flying issues that I need to fix. Looking for... It was a two-banger, right? I think it was a two-banger. Let's see what we need for nodes. I still had some fuel that needed to be plumbed in and stuff like that. What's that? That is bearing panel, bearing mem register. Okay. Bearing panel still needs work to miniaturize it a little bit. Rotor pitch pivots. Let's try to get it back to automated here. Let's try 1.015. Let's try that. And then I should have spots somewhere. Spots. All right, spots are going here, here. Do I have one underneath? I don't think I do, actually. No under spot there. All right, let's see if we can do a zinc chromate changeover. All right, boom, zinc chromate. Should be able to get rid of that for hopefully now. All right, let's take it for a quick flight. Let's try to get that fuel plumbed in. Try to find the open node. Nodes just start really walking into each other at this point. Hard to see. What's that? There's fuel is going right there. Hopefully get rid of that. Okay. Variable brakes. Okay, variable brake, variable brake. Park brakes. Right there. Desired heading. Collective to gyro. Pitch to gyro. That's all good. What's that? Transponder, buzzer. Oh, I gotta check, make sure that the composite signal here is going out correctly. All right, so overhead engine pass through, overhead pass through. Okay, so this has to go to one of the panels, and it's got to be this one here. Okay, let's see if all our gauges are working. All right. All right, good. We've got temps, fuel, 4,200 pounds of fuel. Bats are reading, volts are reading. I like it. Okay. All right, so the balance is really good. You see it's a touch off. It's trying to go backwards just a little bit, but it's minimal. So all you really have to do with that, instead of having the rotors go perfectly vertical, have them go, say, 0.01 forward, and that will fix that. Very smooth right now. I know, famous last words, but that was a really smooth transition. So it's really well balanced now. See, it's starting to slow it down just a touch now. So that 0.15 is probably a little bit too low. The other thing too is I can try to gear up the engines a little bit. But we're doing 120 knots, that's not bad. It's probably, that's at least another 20 knots faster than Pigeon. Lacking a little bit of pitch authority here. It could just be sensitivity. All right, let's put it through its paces here. Up, up, up. I have a huge lack of pitch authority going on right now. Yeah, having pitch authority problems, so. I'm struggling to get slowed down. Yeah, see, we got full collective here. Okay, now we're slowing down, okay. I'm struggling to get us slowed down here. But I'll fix that. This will do it right. I don't think I can go to... It's working, okay. I put it on ground idle. Alright, so I gotta change some things here. Let's see. Wish it was easier to find shit, I really do. Point 1, let me see. Alright, let's try to go land this on the submarine. I have to make a quick change to the submarine, ballast-wise. Then we'll finish up. The sub is very fast. Submarine goes about 20, something like 25, 28 knots on the surface and like 54 knots underwater. So it's fast. Nice and fast. Do a quick tour of the submarine and where it's at so far. I still need to work on the elevator, fix the elevator for the personnel elevator. That, I just need to go through the math. I can do that at work too. Alright, that looks good for weight. Let's save this. How does it sink? It has an insane amount of weight in it and water ballast. See all those battle cannon pieces that are in it. Like this has no water in it right now. That has a 0 water in it right now. That is all hard ballast in there. Like a lot of people don't get this, is that's how ships do. Like, ships are incredibly heavy, they have ballast, and then they pump water into themselves. That's how ships ballast themselves, and same with submarines. And then you put water in there, and now it goes from floating to sinking. You know, that's all you do. Pretty simple. You know, again, if you go off what they do in real life, it often works in game. You know, you got to ask the question, what would you do in real life? Well, you look at how a submarine operates in real life. It has lots and lots of weight to help it stay low to the water like this, and then you don't have to add huge quantities of water because it already, you know, has reasonably low buoyancy, and so you got to get that buoyancy down. This door's been like, this door was fine, and now it's been struggling, give me problems. Well, also, a submarine doesn't have a huge bay like this, you know? And it's also, comparatively, it doesn't weigh very much compared to IRL, you know? This thing weighs like maybe 400,000 pounds at most. You know, that's what a large aircraft weighs. You know, the submarine probably weighs millions of pounds. Alright. So let's go fire this up. Let's try to head over there. So they're also interlinked now, so the two engines will, they run at the same rate. As you can see, that helps with stability because, you know, if you have one engine running a little bit higher RPS than the other, you're going to have a thrust disparity. By doing it this way, you don't get a thrust disparity. We can also run it on one engine to save fuel. This probably doesn't have enough power to run on one engine because it's only 8 cylinders on either side. I don't know why my collective is like, I'm struggling to keep enough collective on this. Down collective, I don't know why. Alright, and then you can use that camera there to help. So, if you've watched my last sub I was building where it was, it had the front superstructure, and this one has the rearward superstructure, so especially when the sub's moving, it's going to be a little bit more challenging, but not too bad, because it's only doing like 20-something knots surfaced. And so you should be able to line up with the elevator not too bad. And I'll put a mark in the middle so you know where center is, and I'm going to put my connection system on there. I was playing with rails, doing it on the rail system here. So like, let's see where we are. I want to get it centered. And let's go ahead and we'll apply the parking brake. So as soon as I touch it down, it will kind of stay in position. And we hope my measurements were good. Alright, we're going to go to ground idle. I lifted off a little bit. Shit. I should have kept it running for a second there. Let's go ahead and put it back in flight idle, and I'll reposition it, and then I'll hold it where it needs to be. I'll do a quick sub tour, and then I'm gonna get off. Alright, so that's not too bad. A little bit far forward. Alright, so we're going to press down. So we'll trim it down. And I'm going to go to ground idle. That will slow the engines down. Oh, the water line. Submarines sit pretty damn low. Let's find, let's see. It's not a cooler. What is it? Yeah, this is kind of inspired by Typhoon class. So, like, if we look at some of these Typhoon class pictures, like if you look, this one's out to sea. This one here is, you can see how the propellers are in the water on this one, and then they're out. This one's getting tugged into base, so you would want to decrease the water ballast to have it float higher so that they can maneuver it and not hit the bottom. And then as they go out, you see the propellers are underwater. And so you want the propellers underwater when you're underway, because, you know, you beating the air to death doesn't do you any favors, so. Yeah, you see this one sitting where the propellers are below water, so they take on the ballast to go down lower for that. I love the Typhoon class, it's cool. Alright, let's go ahead and we're going to jump out. And let's lower this down. We're sticking over the front just a touch. Let's roll back just a hair. Alright, let's try that. That looks pretty damn good. I actually want to stow the rotors here. Rotor brake, I don't have connected, so I gotta connect that up. Alright, good. So let's lower this down into the bay. This bay it should be able to double stack containers if I measured it right. I have to see. Let's get a picture with this going down. All right. Gotta manhandle this into position. All right, so that's stacked in there. That's about where it'd go. And then we could fit something over here with this off of the elevator. So, you know, it's kind of built for configurability and modularity. So these racks on the ground, we can put containers on the ground here. Those are all grippers on the floor. So we can lock containers onto the elevator. We could stack 2 containers on the elevator. We can also slide them back where this is sitting, and this can stay on the elevator. It probably doesn't quite fit into the nose, but you can see it fits pretty well in here. So I came up with a system. I was working on it yesterday. It's kind of a drive. It's a kind of a tug system inside of here. I might just end up doing a little electric vehicle. Might also just use a gantry crane to help move things where they need to go. But as you can see, my character can also push things pretty well. It's one of those things that's a good gamification, like, you know, when you make things unrealistic for good game reasons, good gameplay reasons, it's a positive, because, like, the good gameplay reason of me being able to push things makes it really easy for me to move stuff around. And, you know, making your character stronger than they would be IRL has benefits, you know. So, like, if I had the helicopter in here and it was toward the back, I can put cars in the front. I can have containers on here. So whatever I'm doing, if I'm doing more container stuff, I can push the helicopter toward the back, and I can bring containers down. I can also, for a little bit, stack containers on the deck. So, like, if I had containers on my elevator and I had the helicopter here, well, how do I get the helicopter out? Well, you have the elevator go up, and you slide your containers here, and then you push your helicopter onto the elevator, have it go up, take off, and then put the containers back. So you can kind of move stuff around, swap them around. All right, so let's do a quick sub tour here. Stand by. I'm going to cough to death here in 2 seconds. All right, so let's seal this up. Let's button this up with this in here. And then we'll fire up the sub. We'll go for a quick run, and then I'm going to get off. So I'm going to put the locking system on a slider so that it will. I can easily push it into one of the rail segments. I kind of have to push it off to the side just because my panel's here. All right, and then all we have to do is we can shut the top door. There goes the top door. The top door will seal. It's been acting up lately. I don't know why. There we go. All right, that's sealed. So here's the sub. Look kind of exterior view. That's the stern. Got our front dive planes there. Superstructure I made bigger. We go in here. We have many levels. So here's the here's our bridge level. And then we have an elevator. I'm still working on getting all the floors corrected. This was working in my last sub. So if you look here, we you have this top part of the conning tower, and the elevator will come all the way up to the top, so you can come up top here and look around. And then you should be able to. It's not programmed right now. I have to fix it. Shit, that might have just screwed me with trying to get this to sync. We're going to take on water when I go down. But so we have this level. Take the elevator. It's right now one level above us. And then you can go down to this next level here, which is still in the conning tower. Take it down another level. Jesus Christ, stop doing that, please, in super speed mode. This is another level in here. We'll have stuff in here. Go down another level. Yeah, an elevator takes you down to here. That's actually the tail of the aircraft. Another level here. And I think that's it. Yep, that's it. So then there'll be a door here to go out into the hangar. And here's your forward hangar. And then there'll also be doors on this level to go into the engine room. We have our 2 nuclear reactors. And it's turbine drive. Turbines are in these side tanks. So currently there is no ballast water going in these side tanks, I believe. Yeah, I think I have them blocked off. These will take water ballast, so I can cut down some of the hard ballast. But water ballast will end up going in these side tanks as well, as you can see. And so that's where our turbines are, is all in here. And the sub is pretty damn fast, so main elevator is going to be how you get between all the floors, and then here's your main engine room. This will be finished up so it doesn't look blocky. But here are your 2 nuclear reactors. So you have dual nuclear reactors. You can run the system on 1 reactor if you want, or 2. No vertical control as it balanced with ballast. It doesn't have a weight or anything. The dive planes will control it. So likely what I'm going to put in is what Pilot Whale has for depth control. Pilot Whale or is it Pilot Whale? I think it's Pilot Whale. My Pilot Whale sub, which was for one of Big Man Boy's challenges, I think. The way it works is it senses where the bottom is, and if you say I want to be at 100 meters and the water is only 50 meters deep, it will give you the 50 meters because it doesn't want to crash into the bottom. And then as soon as it, say it goes up to 60 meters, it will take you to 60 meters, and then 70, 80, 90, 100. But if you've set 100, if the bottom falls out and it goes down to, say, 200 meters, it's still only going to give you 100. And then if it, what do you call it? If the bottom starts coming back up to, say, 50 meters, as soon as it starts shallowing more than, say, you set it to 100 and now it's going to 90, it's going to make sure you don't hit the bottom. So it allows you to put it on autopilot and go do something else. Alright, we're almost ready to go. It does not take that long to heat this up, so I'll add this to my Steam tutorial. It took me a while to get a good nuclear system I love. This nuclear setup works really, really well. It's 2, I think it's, I forget how many rods are in here. It's not that many. Fuel units. But this setup here is a dual boiler, you know, per reactor. And this works really, really well. I have no issues making more than enough steam. So once this hits 60 atmospheres, we're good to go. I'll put probably some small pistons to make electrical power. Just for fun. I think that'll be fun. Alright, so here we go. I hope I hooked this up right. Let's see. So this sucker is super fast. Like I said, it goes something like 28 knots on the surface, and it goes 54, something like that, underwater. I don't have the water ballast in here right now, but... So we can see right now we're doing 12 meters per second. So it's 12 times 1.94. So we're doing 23, almost 24 knots. And then I don't have water. I don't have a lot of water ballast in here right now. But you can see we can use the dive planes to submerge. And if you look, we're doing 24 meters per second. So 24 times 1.94 is 46 knots right now. And I have plenty of steam. I could add more turbines if I wanted more speed, but doing 46 knots underwater is pretty damn good. But I've been wanting to build this for a long time. Something that can do, can have air vehicles and be a home ship. It does roll properly, so as you start to turn, just kind of like an airplane, it will roll. It's all by itself. It's just what naturally happens with when you turn right with the rudder here. And once I put the automated ballast system in there, or the dive system, again, it's gonna, whatever you set, it will do a terrain following mode, so that if your set point is below where the terrain is, it's gonna map the Earth the terrain. So do what I'm manually doing here is it just essentially follows the terrain. And then when you get out to deep enough water, if you set 100 meters, it will level out at 100 meters and cruise at 100 meters. But you see how the bottom's coming up? So this is what it will do automatically. And so I already have the systems built. It will just get pilot whale systems. You know, so this is going to have the same kind of purpose as my other home ships, where you take this out, you know, especially this one, like the other ones, can handle containers. So you could be, you know, loading up with containers to go to make some money. And you get a mission, and all you do is you launch the helicopter, and while it's going from point A to point B, it will auto-stop once it gets to its destination. And you can go do a rescue. And then I put this on other builds, which what this will do is, so say the set point is 100 meters underwater. I've done it on some of my other ships where what you do is from the air vehicle, I can't see, shit. I'm trying to see, I'm trying to stop me on the shit. There's so much water in the windows that I can't see, and I'm trying to hit the brake here to get on the elevator. So essentially what you would do with my other ships is you program in a frequency on the radio, and then when you get to the point you want to be, you go ahead and you send a stop signal to the vehicle, and the vehicle stops. And so what this will do is it will send both a zero depth um, signal and a stop signal. So it'll say, hey, surface and stop. And then the helicopter will be able to land on it because you've told it, hey, stop and surface. And this really hasn't taken all that much time to build. All right, good. So let's go ahead and... So again, same thing. You would put the radio frequency in for, say it was 123. So you put 123 in and you trigger it, and it stops the submarine, tells it to surface. And it's going to be a simple numerical switch box. So the benefit of that is as soon as I take off with the helicopter, I would pre-program the submarine to go where I want. So I give it, you know, max thrust, and go to point A, B. Then I get in the helicopter and I say, give it a stop command and a surface command. It would then surface and stop. I launch the helicopter, and as soon as I leave, I disengage the stop signal, and then it returns to what it was doing. So. Now I gotta unfold them. That makes sense. See if all my lights are plumbed in. Yeah, they look pretty good. Looks like I got most of them. I actually want the lights off for my picture. Let's see. Yeah, so I just need to reconfigure the elevator. It's based on distance, so it reads where the elevator pad that you step on, like the car pad. It's not really a car, but it the pad that you're stepping on in the elevator, it reads the distance from the bottom of the elevator shaft, and it knows when to have it stop and open the door. So I may just limit this to 30%. I might go to 50 or something. But like the speed's already pretty good on this. I don't need really more speed necessarily. You know, I need a fast enough air vehicle that the main thing is the sub is pretty damn fast. As you saw, it's going 46 knots underwater. I need to have a high enough closure rate with the aircraft that I can easily catch back up to it. Because if I go 20 kilometers away and then I need to come back and meet up with it, I don't know why I'm switching units. If I go 20 nautical miles away and need to come back, it's not the end of the world if the sub already reaches where it's going, but I need to have a reasonable closure rate. All right, let's bring this back. I do not have a good save of this. So let's save this, because that would be a nightmare. All right, I'm going to save it by its new name. I should name the submarine. I think Leviathan is probably what it's going to get called. I think Leviathan. Yeah, let's call it Leviathan. All right, good. So, good progress on both of those. You know, submarine's coming right along. Kind of what I need to do is, I'm working on a crane. I've been playing with that. I'm working on some modules. You see how this has a track in the center? This is going to make it so I can put modules in here and do things like one thing I had was a little tug to move vehicles around the deck. Locking mechanisms for the vehicles. Containers go here. I was trying to do a crane that would slide in the center track, so you would load the crane up top and then load off the dock. I was having some problems with that. I did have a crane on the other submarine that was working really well. Let me see if I can bring up a pic of that. Because my other sub I was just working on, I didn't like the look of it, so I kind of abandoned it. Like, if you look here, that's the wrong one. You can see this was, it's a pretty small crane. It's on the elevator. This was the sub I made before. This one just looked a little too fat, and I wasn't caring for it. But you can see it was working really well with the, it had no problem. And this thing is so heavy that you can easily put a container up onto the dock. And this one had a much bigger elevator. I didn't like the look of it. It was just like too boxy, too squared out. So I like the new look of it better. But work on a crane so it can load on and off. And then a bunch of different cool things like vehicles and everything else. So a bunch of stuff. All right, I'm going to finish up. Let me just catch up with chat here. Are you still making the VTOL thingy? Yeah, I pretty much, not finished, but pretty close to being finished with the VTOL. I just was showing the submarine that it goes on while you were gone. So here, let me, I'll show you the pictures of that. So like here is here's the little VTOL interacting with the submarine. So we just did some of that testing. So it works well. It works well with this submarine. So what's the submarine's lore? It's just, there's no lore. It's just a home sub. So it's underneath the conning tower. It's going to get living quarters and a galley. It'll probably have drone control. It'll probably have mini sub and a rescue boat, things that I can launch to go do missions. You know, it's a little bit harder on this. Any boat I do will fit on that track system. So you can, you got to make a decision. Am I taking containers or not? But how's it going there, Rasmus? Rasmus, I'm about to get off. But yeah, I made some good progress. I'll show Rasmus just showed up, so I'll show him. So this is some of the pictures of the new VTOL. This is going to be called the Squab, which is a small, a young pigeon, because it's a small pigeon essentially. And so the Squab fits on here, and should have a lot of fun with this when we get it in career. I wanted to kind of put the foot on the gas, get this going, so we can use it in career. But all right, guys, thanks for watching. If you liked it, give it a like. If you're new and you enjoyed it, subscribe, and I'll see you guys next one.